Stink, sir? Lord, sir, you'll get used to that.
I do not wish to get used to it. Where's the captain of this vessel?
Captain Anderson can do nothing about the stink, sir. It's sand and gravel, you see. The new ship has iron ballast, but she's 50 years old, sir. Well, mind your head now, sir.
Curious warship, Wheeler.
Warship, sir? It's a passenger ship, a mail coach, a storeroom, a farm. We have to have something to eat for the next 6 months. It is only a warship if we should meet the Frenchie.
Will she make it to Australia?
She'll float till she sinks, Mr. Talbot. I'll fetch you a brandy, sir.
I am on board the ship at last. I must confess that things are not as I had expected. Why an ancient ship of the line such as this one has been transformed into a passenger conveyance is only to be explained by the straits the Admiralty are in, with more than 600 warships in commission. But your lordship is well aware of the ways of the Admiralty. How else would you have secured my passage or the position that awaits me in the governor's office on arrival at Sydney? You, my honored godfather, have set my foot on the ladder, and however high I climb, for I must warn your lordship that my ambition is boundless. I shall never forget whose kindly hand first helped me upwards.
On the cockpit. Be careful.
You've asked me to use my time aboard the ship wisely and conceal nothing in this journal, and to report back on the activities of some of my fellow passengers. I've yet to encounter Mr. Prettyman, the radical, but suppose that he is somewhere aboard.
We've cast off, sir. The next dry land will be Australia.
Perhaps I could have a word with the captain about a more spacious cabin.
You take my advice, sir. You're We'll stay here a while.
Forgive me, Wheeler, I'm not feeling quite the thing.
Nothing to be ashamed of, sir. Even the late Lord Nelson suffered famously from the mal de mer.
Wheeler? Wheeler?
Fetch you another draft of the paregoric, sir. I believe you found it to be very settling.
It did its job most efficiently. What are its properties?
Opium, sir.
What are you doing, Wheeler?
It is but learning to ride a ship, sir.
Good day, sir. I said good day to you, sir.
Lieutenant Cumberbatch! Who the devil is this? Have you not read my standing orders?
My name is Edmund Talbot, Captain. I carry letters from my godfather.
I have much regard for his lordship. I trust that you are comfortable, Mr.
Talbot. What is our position, Captain?
We are still in the channel, Mr. Talbot. And as such, the rule is that passengers come to the quarterdeck by invitation only. Though, in your case, I would hope to see more of you.
We are now in finer weather, sir.
What the devil is this now?
Ah, Captain Anderson, may I take this opportunity
No. Passengers come to the quarterdeck by invitation. I'm not accustomed to these interruptions in my walk, sir. Go forward, if you please, and keep to the Lord.
Lured, sir? Please convey my sincere apologies.
Do you wish to subvert all my officers, sir?
There is some mistake.
Are you aware of the powers of a captain on his own ship? You are a nuisance, sir. Put aboard without a note to me. I'm shown more courtesy over a bale or a cake.
My sincere apologies, Captain.
I did you the credit to suppose you could read.
Read, Captain Anderson. Of course I can read.
There are my orders. My standing orders. A paper prominently displayed near your quarters and those of the other passengers. Read it.
My attention was not drawn to such a paper, sir.
My Christ! Have I been outfaced on my own deck again and again by every ignorant nonsense? Am I, sir? Tell me! Read my orders! When you have read them, get them by heart, sir. I will treat you like a schoolboy if I choose, sir. Or have you flogged if I choose, sir? Or have you collected irons if I choose, sir? Or have you flogged by the gratings if I choose, sir?
The whole ship must have hurt him.
Parsons, you see, Mr. Talbot, don't commonly have them in the Navy, sir. Not enough of them to go round.
But law requires one aboard every ship of the line, does it not?
Captain Anderson would wish to avoid it.
Oh, come, Wheeler. Are not seamen notoriously superstitious? You not require the occasional invocation of mumbo-jumbo?
Captain Anderson does not, sir. Nor did the great Captain Cook, I believe. He was a notable atheist and would as soon have taken the plague into his ship as a parson.
Good God.
Mr. Colley is a passenger, nothing more.
Come.
Mr. Summers' compliments to Mr. Talbot. And Mr. Talbot take a glass of wine with him in the passenger saloon.
Mr. Summers.
The first lieutenant, sir.
He's second in charge to the captain, is he not? Tell Mr. Summers I'd be happy to wait on him in 10 minutes' time.
Young lady who benefits from music may entertain her party in that way.
Mr. Talbot, do you find your accommodation commodious, Mr. Pike?
Mr. Talbot, Lieutenant Summers. How are you finding the motion?
Well, my servant tells me I must learn to ride the ship.
I see you are managing. Lieutenant Deverell, Mr. Talbot.
Mr. Summers, would you mind just clarifying something for us?
Excuse me, gentlemen. Mr. Edmund Talbot, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
Who hunts with the Shropshire Fieldings.
Very same.
I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, sir. Thanks. A drink for Mr. Talbot.
Thank you, sir.
Your health.
And yours. Why am I asking? Your scar. Was it delivered by a French sword?
A Frenchie did try to split my skull, sir, but my head proved harder than his steel. Mr. Talbot, Have you met Miss Granite?
I don't believe I have.
But surely games are not altered in themselves by the nature of the place in which they are played.
I'm very happy to hear you say so. I've seen cards played in queer places, I can tell you.
I would expect some knowledge of whist as necessary to a young lady. Always provided she has the wit to lose.
There are many hours of innocent enjoyment to be afforded by the cards.
Miss Granite, may I introduce Mr. Talbot?
I hope, ma'am, that at some time during our long voyage I should have the benefit of your instruction.
Instruction? Mr. Talbot? How clever of you to have discovered that I am a governess.
Yours is the most necessary and genteel profession open to a lady. I am willing to bet you are as secure in the affection of your young ladies and gentlemen as old Dobby, Miss Dobson, remains in mine.
A lady who is the daughter of a late canon of Exeter Cathedral, and who is obliged by her circumstances to take up the offer of employment among a family in the Antipodes, may well set the affectionate friendship of young ladies and gentlemen at a lower value than you do.
This is excellent meat.
What takes you to Australia, Mr. Talbot?
A position in the governor's office, sir.
A politician at our table. Then we may all sleep soundly. Mr. President, is it not? Indeed it is, sir. Have we been introduced before?
No, I don't believe we have, but of course it is a belated pleasure. Do you think we
Well,
should
Miss,
experience any action on this voyage, Mr. Devil?
Pray that we don't, sir. This is hardly a proper ship of the line with a crew that know each other.
We've not sailed together before.
The crew is small in numbers and swept together in a day or so. You bet the officers, Mr. Talbot. I shouldn't wish to rely on Cumberbatch for hand-to-hand battle with the Frenchy. As for the captain,
I've met the captain.
he spends more time with his plants than his commanding officers.
Indeed.
And to make matters worse, this war is running down like an unwound clock.
Zenobia, my dear child.
How is your poor mother? A shadow of herself, Mom.
Will you join us, miss? I'll find you a cushion.
My cushion is free.
Miss Granham, you cannot leave me here alone among so many gentlemen.
Yes, Miss Grantham. Must you leave so soon?
Rest assured, Ma'am, your virtue is as safe here as anywhere on the vessel.
Dear Miss Granham, I'm sure your virtue is safe anywhere.
Allow me, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Oldmeadow. A true gentleman.
I saw you, sir. You threw salt over your shoulders. Superstition is the religion of the feeble mind. I would have you know, Mr. Brocklebank, I am the inveterate foe of every superstition.
Angry, Mr.
So
President.
meaning that portion of cow.
I declare that when roused, he is quite terrifying.
The custom of touching wood comes from the papistical habit of adoring the crucifix and kissing it.
Mr. Bones, we are indebted to you, sir. My nurse had a horror of a loaf being turned upside down. Apparently, it presaged a disaster at sea.
Alone. Alone. All alone. Alone on a wide monsieur.
God save thee, ancient mariner.
From the fiends that plague thee thus. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross.
Mr. Brocklebank painted Mr. Coleridge's portrait.
Albatross, more superstition.
Would you dare risk shooting such a bird?
Do you have a gun, sir?
I have been advised, as I intend to travel in the country, to take a gun.
Bring me your gun, sir.
I will bring
and
you
I will
my gun,
shoot
sir.
an albatross, and we shall see what fate befalls this ship.
And where is the parson? The cabin walls are so thin, every morning I hear him in prayer.
Parson keeps his cabin. Ah, the Reverend Colley. He's a newly hatched parson that had to be smuggled aboard. We shall see little of him, I think. Thank God and the captain for that.
Is it true that Captain Anderson has refused the parson to hold a Sunday service?
Did you not witness the altercation between them? Our captain threw him to the floor.
This is why we are denied a Sunday service.
My wife would like a service on the Sabbath. If.
Well, I should think it might be possible for the parson to hold a short service for those who wish to attend, might it not? Then it's decided.
The Reverend Robert James Colley, at your service, Mr. Talbot, sir.
Service is the word, sir. Mr. Colley, when is the Sabbath?
In 2 days' time, sir.
A few ladies and gentlemen would welcome it if you were to conduct a short service in the passenger saloon at 7 bells at the afternoon watch.
Mr. Talbot, sir, this is... It is like you.
But the brooding captain will not dictate to me in this manner. Is he to tell me whether I should have a service to attend or not?
Why, no, sir.
Regrettably little to report to your lordship. We have have ventured at last into the tropics. Mr. Pretterman is still trying to shoot his albatross. The other passengers keep themselves to themselves. Mrs. Brocklebank has recovered from her sickness. To everyone's surprise, she certainly does not look old enough to be Zenobia's mother. I had known the world of art is not to be judged by the accepted standards of morality, but would prefer Mr. Brocklebank to set up his brothel elsewhere. Added to the heat and the humidity, a sea voyage, I am learning, can have an effect on the male constitution. To meet the lady is easy enough and, indeed, unavoidable. The problem, devil take it, is a place of assignation. You will ask what is wrong with my hutch, or indeed hers, and I will answer everything. Does Mr. Colley cry, but on the other side of the lobby as he wakes Miss Granham in the hutch just aft him? Does that windbag Mr. Brocklebank but break wind, and our timbers shudder clear through my hutch and into Mr. Pretterman's just across from me? Clearly, I must prospect farther for a place suitable to the conduct of our amours.
Wheeler? Sir?
I would like to look around our ship, if I may.
You'll need a guide.
Make way for Mr. Talbot.
What the devil is this?
Gentleman Jack!
Always one for a joke, Mr. Deverell. He put Willis up to it.
Mr. Darrell told me that was the only way to get up.
It's a creeper, see?
Most amusing.
You'll take an observation through a glass, Mr. Talbot?
Yeah, it's very close in here, gentlemen. I wonder you can endure it day after day.
It's a hard life, Mr. Talbot. Here today, gone tomorrow.
Here today, gone today, if you mind that young fellow Hawthorne.
Oh, more donkey than boy is a fucking idiot.
Last men on the rope, young Hawthorne. Bosun says, whatever in this natural world, don't let go. The brace begins to take charge of the yard. Hawthorne holds on like he's been told.
What's wrong? What happened?
The end of the rope runs up to the block, just like that. Hawthorne's on the end of it. We never saw him again.
Here today, gone today.
So stuffy down here.
Remember them girls, Mr. Gibbs?
So it is possible to obtain commerce even on a vessel such as this? No one see you?
Aye, Father.
Not much goes unseen, Mr. Talbot. As you may know already. Mr. Willis will show you. Go on. And continue the captain, doing his rounds. And if you're very lucky, you might get to see the purser.
Remember that gun? Lost his ear.
Oh, I've got the funny cans.
Was there anything else you wish to see, Mr. Talbot?
That was all.
Trust we shall be seeing you at the ceremony, Mr. Talbot.
Ceremony?
This afternoon we cross the line. As we cross the equator, King Neptune comes to visit the ship.
Yes, I have heard of this barbaric ritual.
Mr. Summers?
This ritual... custom, I should say. Does the whole ship attend?
Nobody is excluded, sir.
And it is... entertaining?
If you like your entertainment noisy.
It has come to me in a flash. If I cannot alter the place, then all that is left to alter is the time. The ship is about to provide me not with a place, but with an opportunity.
I hear there is to be entertainment, Mr. Talbot. And we are all to be included.
Not quite all of us, Mr. Pike.
Oh.
Wretched heat has given me a headache. Shall pass the time in my cabin.
Colley, you are coming to judgment. No, I'm not ready. No! No! Please! Gentlemen, unhand me! Please! No! Please, gentlemen! God save me!
fellow who must be cleansed!
President who has at last seen an albatross. Now, my dear, we must get you back to the social scene. Never good for us to appear together.
Edmund,
Why, what is the matter?
you will not desert me.
Come, what can I do? Step overboard into a ship of my own?
Cruel!
Do not pretend these are circumstances with which you are wholly unfamiliar. Unless you're waiting for,
For what?
for a suitable moment to retire to your hutch cabin, I mean to say, and repair your toilet. We have very little time.
If there should be unhappy circumstances.
Yeah, we must cross that bridge when you come to it. Now, coast is clear. Yes, go, go.
Edmund! Edmund!
Talbot, my dear fellow. Bakes? A glass for Mr. Talbot. Thank you, sir.
What a sight it was! What famous sport!
Indeed, sir. Famous sport.
Bates, another glass for Mr. Devil.
Oh, your kindness itself, Talbot.
The whole thing went too far in my mind.
I agree.
Yeah, but diverting nonetheless.
And was it not diverting for you, Mr. Talbot?
Can I get you anything, sir?
No, thank you, Wheeler. That'll be all.
I thought I could smell perfume, sir.
I don't think you did.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Wheeler.
Your albatross.
Pratt?
I did not, sir, I did not. Weapon was snatched from my hands. Oh, episode was grotesque and lamentable.
Such a display of savage superstition.
No doubt. No doubt.
Such a thing would never happen in France. Parson.
Captain Anderson, I desire to speak with you.
Well, sir, you may do so.
Your people have done my office wrong. You yourself have done it wrong.
I know it, Mr. Colley.
You confess as much, sir.
It was never meant. The affair got out of hand. You have been ill-used, sir.
After this confession of your fault, I forgive you freely. But there were, I believe, other officers involved. They were, I suppose, acting not so much under your orders, but by force of your example. I believe I know them, sir, disguised as they were. Not for my sake, but for their own. They must admit their fault.
Christ. You will have it all, then, will you, sir?
I defend my master's office as you would the king's. Then there are the poor, ignorant people in the front end of the ship. I must visit them and bring them to repentance.
Are you mad?
Indeed, no, sir.
Mr. Colley, have you no care what further mockery may be inflicted upon you?
You have your uniform, Captain Anderson, and I have mine. Have I your permission, then, to go forward and address them?
Do as you please.
Mr. Summers, I believe it was you who discharged Mr. Prettyman's weapon.
It was, sir.
I trust no one was injured.
I fired over the side.
I must thank you for it.
It was nothing, sir.
Lord, whom winds and waves obey, guide us through the watery way.
I beg you, allow me to take charge, sir.
You must not interfere with the ways of the church, Mr. Summers.
Men are in drink, sir.
See, they are punished for it.
Something had happened during the ship's entertainment while I was so closely engaged with the delicious enemy. I have no doubt that the people subjected the Parson Colley to some slight, real or imagined, and it could have been a great deal worse had it not been for the timely intervention of Mr. Summers. What's going on?
Sir, I must see the first lieutenant, sir. It's the Parson, sir. Mr. Colley's in the forecastle as drunk as butcher's boots.
Get below, sir, or I'll masthead you.
They are laughing at us, sir.
Sir?
Inform the Parson he must return to his cabin at once.
Mr. Willis! Inform the Parson that he must return to his cabin at once.
This is the 51st day of our voyage. I think. And then again, perhaps it is not. I have lost interest in the calendar and almost in the voyage too. I have felt a lethargy. There's been little to do but walk the deck and drink with anyone who will. I have little to amuse your lordship at present. I have avoided Miss Brocklebank, who glows in this heat so as to almost turn a man's stomach. I'm sure the devil has had to do with her. I fear that a man might well suffer shipwreck on that coast. What is of some interest, however, is the behavior, or lack of it, of the Parson Colley. The fact is that since the fellow's fall, he has not left his cabin. 4 days have now passed since his drunkenness. Come.
What is it, Wheeler?
Lieutenant Summers was inquiring if you had called on Mr. Colley.
No intention of calling on Mr. Colley. It's the thing furthest from my mind.
Lieutenant Summers believes a visit from you would send a message to the rest of the ship, seeing as no other passenger carries your authority.
Is the parson unwell?
Hard to say, sir. You can still make out that the gentleman is breathing.
Very well, Wheeler. I shall pay a visit to Mr. Colley, but I do not wish to be offended by the sights and smells of a sick room.
Of course not, sir. God, I've done my best, sir.
Mr. Colley? Mr. Colley, it is I, Edmund Talbot. No one blames you for what happened, sir. Life has not been made easy for you, but this is not the way to behave. This is not good enough, Mr. Colley. I have called upon you, sir. I desire further acquaintance with you. Well, sir, when you are in a better humor, pray call on me.
Mr. Talbot.
Mr. Summers, I have discharged those responsibilities you were so kind to bring to my attention. With little success, I have to report. The man made a beast of himself, and now I am weary of the subject.
I have entered the cabin and seen for myself.
I shall marvel if you can eat after it. Stunk alone.
Mr. Talbot, we have no physician on board, and I believe the parson is mortally sick.
The man is young and suffering from no more than an overindulgence in liquor.
Is that all, Mr. Talbot? Are you as indifferent to the man's fate as others are?
I am not an officer on this ship.
The more able to help, sir. I may speak to you freely, may I not? Well then, how has the man been treated?
First, he was the object of one man's specific dislike. Then the object of general indifference leading to contempt. Even before his latest escapade.
What I say now
may well ruin me if I have misjudged your character.
My character? You have been studying my character, sir.
We know your birth, your prospective position. Men and women will flatter you in the hope. God. Wait, understand me, Mr. Talbot. I do not complain. You have exercised your privileged position. Now, I'm asking you to shoulder its responsibility. Who is responsible for the Parson estate?
Devil take it, man, himself. Well, so let's not mince around the truth like a pair of church spinsters. You are going to spread the responsibility, are you not? You will include the captain, and I agree. Who else? Deverell, yourself, the starboard watch, the world?
You, sir, are the man most responsible.
What?
My career is now in far more danger than from the French. They, after all, could do no more than kill or maim me.
How mean, how vindictive you think I am. Precious career is safe. Now explain your words.
You ignored the captain's orders and ventured upon the quarterdeck. You made good use of your rank to strike a blow at the very foundations of a captain of his own ship. Because of your rank, your prospects, your connections, you got away with it. The Parson, sir, could not be so fortunate.
Colley had read the captain's standing...
You are a passenger as he is. Did you read them? Had you not acted as you did, with the arrogance of your class, then Mr. Colley would not have assumed the liberty of himself venturing upon the quarterdeck. The captain humiliated the Parson, sir, because he could not humiliate you.
I've said enough.
I hope so. A man does not want to die of shame because he got drunk. Best medicine for Mr. Colley would be a visit from the captain. And there is only one man amongst us with sufficient influence to bring the captain to such an action.
Fine evening for you, Mr. Talbot.
Indeed it is, sir. Do we make as much progress as is common in these latitudes?
I doubt we shall achieve more than an average of a knot over the next day or two.
24 sea miles a day.
Just so, sir.
I must confess to finding these latitudes agreeable. Could we but tow the British Isles to this part of the world, how many of our social problems would be solved? Mango would fall into our mouths.
You're a quaint notion there, sir. Do you mean to include Ireland?
No, sir. I would give her to the United States of America.
It would remove half a watch of my crew at a blow.
Well worth the loss, sir. Balmy the air is. It's almost insupportable that I must descend again and busy myself with my writing.
Ah, a writer. We have a writer on board.
Partly an amusement, partly a duty. What my godfather would call a journal. Or a log, if you prefer.
You must find little to record in such a situation as this.
Indeed, you are mistaken, sir. I find I have neither time nor paper sufficient to record all the interesting events and my observations on them.
It's my godfather's intention that this voyage should allow his godson time for reflection and exercise for his powers of judgment.
This journal will be evidence that his hopes have been fulfilled.
The journal is for your godfather.
It is my present to him, to distract him from his gout. I'm instructed to hide nothing.
The officers of this ship must bulk large in your account, sir.
They and the language they use. And some of the personages. Mr. Pretterman, his outspoken views. All will amuse his lordship.
And myself.
You, sir? I'd not considered that. Well, you are, after all, the king or emperor of our floating society.
I had not looked to become famous, Mr. Talbot.
And with prerogatives of justice and mercy, yes, I suppose you do bulk large in my journal. I shall continue to do so.
My apologies, Mr. Talbot, but it cannot continue.
Colley.
I am to look in on him again by the captain's orders, and you are to assist me.
I?
You're not ordered to assist, but Captain Anderson feels that the parson will listen to your invaluable advice.
Very well. Let us try once again to rouse Mr. Colley from his lethargy.
Mr. Talbot has come to see you, Mr. Colley.
Well, Mr. Colley, this is an unfortunate business. But you are refining too much on it.
Uncontrolled drunkenness and its consequences are an experience every man ought to go through at least once in his life.
Or else how is he to understand the behavior of others?
I have been brought to see how I am, in however distant a way, partly responsible for your predicament. Had I not enraged the captain as I did, then
Doctor.
I don't have a doctor. Mr. Brocklebank. Wheeler! Brocklebank. He was at medical school before he was a painter. Wheeler! Wheeler!
Sir.
Wake Mr. Brocklebank at once.
I believe the gentleman is still in the passenger saloon.
Then fetch him, man. And Wheeler, notify the captain. Mr. Brocklebank, we require your medical knowledge.
Good evening, Parson.
Well?
Well, what?
Is he dead?
The man is not dead. He is asleep. He is in a low fever.
There's no such thing as a low fever.
Well, to the best of our knowledge, sir, Mr. Colley is dead.
Nonsense. Stiff drink will rouse him.
I fear the man's intemperance has destroyed him.
Temperance, sir? A single unlucky indulgence. And you will enter it so in the log, I presume.
That is something for me to consider in my own time, Mr. Talbot.
A moment's unlucky indulgence
I
is
heard
not...
mention of a low fever, did I not?
That is my opinion, Captain.
Mr. Brocklebank is not quite himself, sir.
Nevertheless, he's the only man aboard with any medical knowledge, is he not?
A moment ago, he pronounced the man asleep.
Mr. Summers! Make the customary arrangements. Mr. Willis! Bring off the sailmaker and his mate. 3 or 4 able-bodied men.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will not wish to witness what follows. May I request that the cabins be cleared? The air of the quarterdeck is to be recommended.
What happened to the parson?
He was made drunk, as you know.
Before, at the crossing of the line.
You did not witness the ceremony?
He was otherwise occupied. For what did he receive the captain's apology?
A low fever, gentlemen, is the opposite to a high fever. I bid you good night.
There is a young gentleman on board whom I trust and pray will become my friend as the voyage advances. He's a member of the aristocracy, with all the consideration and nobility of bearing that such birth implies. I have made so bold as to salute him on a number of occasions, and he has responded graciously. His example may do much among the other passengers, who have an indefinable indifference to me. I have furthered my acquaintance with Mr. Talbot. It was he, of all people, who did in fact search me out. He is a true friend to religion. He came to my cabin and begged me in the most open and friendly manner to favor the ship's people with a short address. This is a godless vessel. What a man does defiles him, not what is done by others. My shame, though it burn, has been inflicted upon me. I must visit the poor, ignorant people in the front end of the ship. I shall go forward and rebuke these unruly but truly lovable children of our Maker.
What is it we got? The captain has requested your presence in his stateroom, sir.
Why?
There is to be an inquiry, sir, into the death of Mr. Colley.
Come in. Ah, Mr. Talbot, come in, come in. I must apologize to you for not meeting you at the threshold. You've caught me in my garden.
I did not realize you had a private paradise.
Indeed, yes. This geranium, you see, Mr. Talbot, has some disease of the leaf. And I've dusted it with the flowers of sulfur, but to no effect. I shall lose it, no doubt. But then, sir, he who gardens at sea must accustom himself to loss. On my first voyage in command, I lost my whole collection.
Through the violence of the enemy, sir?
No, sir. No, sir. Through the uncommon nature of the weather, which held us for weeks without either wind or rain. I could not have served water to my plants. There would have been mutiny. Still, the loss of one plant is no great matter.
Besides, you may exchange it for another at Sydney Cove.
We are a long way and a long time from our destination, Mr. Talbot. So we get on with the matter in hand.
Mr. Colley agreed to a taste of rum. He said it was in the spirit of something.
Reconciliation?
I think that was the word he used, sir.
What were you doing forward?
The cable to the bow anchor was to be rousted out and walked end to end. Having finished my inspection, I was coming to report, but stayed a while, having never seen a parson in that state before.
And then?
I proceeded after to inform Lieutenant Summers, but had been given a bottle by Mr. Cumberbatch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willis. That is all.
What has the bottle got?
A bottle is a rebuke, sir. Let us get on.
The laughter and applause we heard, Mr. East.
Was when the Reverend Colley exchanged words with the seaman.
After he'd been drinking?
He was more sociable after the rum. I didn't see him again, not after the seaman took him down amongst the ropes. I was with my wife. She had suffered a miscarriage.
Thank you, Mr. East.
Surely the men most likely to enlighten us on how much Colley had drunk would be the fellows who brought him back on deck.
I've ordered them to attend. However, my informant advises me that this next witness we should press.
Informant? Informant on what?
We are here to establish the cause of Mr. Colley's death, sir. Or had you forgotten the agenda?
I had not, Captain, but I believe we are doing what you gentlemen call making heavy weather of it. The Parson Colley was made drunk, which isn't exactly a crime. Can we not confess that his intemperance killed him, but rather our general indifference to his welfare was likely enough the cause of it?
Difference?
Intemperance.
One moment, Summers. Mr. Talbot, I pass over your odd phrase, our general indifference. But do you really think a single bout of drinking is enough?
But you said as much yourself.
That was yesterday. It is likely enough that the parson, helplessly drunk, suffered a criminal assault by one or God knows how many men.
Good God.
I will have no concealment, sir. Nor will I tolerate any frivolous accusations which touch me, myself, in my conduct of the ship, or in my attitude to the passengers in her.
I have made a submission, sir. I beg your pardon if you find it beyond my line of duty.
Very well, Mr. Summers. Let us get on.
Surely no man will confess to such a...
You are young, Mr. Talbot. You cannot guess what channels of information there are in a ship such as this.
Channels? Informants?
Mr. Summers tells me you claim some skill in cross-examination.
Did he? Did I?
Your witness, sir.
Now, my good man, your name, if you please.
Billy Rogers, my lord. Foretop man.
We want some information from you, Rogers. We want to know in precise detail what happened when the gentleman came among you the other day.
What gentleman, my lord?
The parson, the Reverend Colley, the gentleman who is now dead.
He had a drop too much, my lord. Was overcome like.
Then he was not assaulted?
Assaulted, my lord.
With your permission, my lord. Mr. Colley suffered an outrage in the forecastle. Who did it? Would it surprise you to know that you yourself are suspected of this particular kind of assault?
I know nothing, Captain, sir. Nothing at all.
Come, Rogers, you were seen with the parson. What did you sailors do to him?
What did we do, man?
Buggery, Rogers. Buggery!
If you are innocent, then you may help us by bringing the criminals to book. At the very least, you can provide us with a list of those you suspect capable of this particular form of beastliness.
We want names.
Aye, aye, sir. Should I begin with the officers, sir?
Very well, Rogers. You may return to your duties. Any other witnesses?
I believe no, sir.
And there, Mr. Summers, ends our investigation. Sherry, anyone? Hawkins!
But we still do not know what happened.
Sherry, for myself and Mr. Talbot, Hawkins. Mr. Summers, I believe you must oversee the various arrangements for the unfortunate man's committal to the deep.
Yes, Captain.
A low fever it is, then. You'll be willing to countersign a report?
I have no official standing in this ship.
Come now, Mr. Talbot. Rogers has it in his power to ruin all of us, if he be so brazen as I doubt not he is. All of us. Witnesses, inquiries, accusations, lies, yet more lies. Courts-martial. Such accusations cannot be disproved. Whatever the upshot, something would stick. Buggery is a hanging matter, sir. The parson died of a low fever. I ask you once again, you will be willing to countersign a report?
I will make a statement, and I will sign that.
Thank you. Your health, sir.
You mentioned informants, Captain Anderson.
No, I think not.
You asked Lieutenant Summers.
Who replied there were none, sir, yes? Not a man jack among them. Do you understand? And no one has come sneaking to me. You can go now, Hawkins. Servants have ears, Mr. Talbot.
Yes, of course. I'm very sure my fellow Wheeler has.
Wheeler? Oh, yes, indeed. Fellow must have eyes and ears all over him.
Well, then, until the sad ceremony, I shall return to my journal.
Ah, the journal. Do not forget to include, sir, that whatever may be said of the passengers, as far as the people and my officers are concerned, this is a happy ship. I'm sure your godfather would want to know that.
seems to me then, it still seems so, that I was and am consumed by a great love of all things. The sea, the ship, the sky, the gentlemen and the people, and of course, our Redeemer above all. Here, at last, is the happiest outcome of all my distress and difficulty.
Caps company! Off caps! Fighters down!
I did not realize that Colley was so tall.
It's a cannonball, sir. Two of them shrunk to his feet.
Man that is born of woman hath but a short time to live and is full of misery. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life we are in death, of whom may we seek for succor, but of thee, O Lord, who for our sins are justly displeased. We therefore commit his body to the deep, to be turned into corruption, looking for the resurrection of the body, when the sea shall give up her dead, and the life of the world to come, through our Lord Jesus Christ.
I should be a rich man now, had not the warmth of my constitution, an attachment more than usually firm to the sex, and the opportunities for excess forced on my nature by the shocking corruption of English society.
Don't know the corruption of society.
Indeed, sir. I looked around, but I said to myself...
My dear Talbot, I hear you've been interrogating our good crew.
At the captain's request, Devil.
Old Rumbleguts. I tell you this, the moment we reach Sydney Cove, I shall resign my commission, call the captain out and shoot him dead.
You, sir, or the drink?
You look as though you could use a drop yourself, my good man. Bates, a glass for Mr. Talbot.
Did you know I was the first in the field after the death of Lord Nelson with a lithograph portraying the happy occasion?
I've seen it. I have seen it. There is a copy on the wall of the Dog and Gun. Although, I've always wondered how the devil did the whole crowd of young officers contrive to be kneeling around Lord Nelson in attitudes of sorrow and devotion at the hottest moment of the action.
You are confusing art with actuality, sir.
Was that not the scene you observed?
Imagine. Lord Nelson died down below in some stinking part of the bilges, with nothing to see him but a ship's lantern. Well, who the devil's going to paint a picture of that?
Rembrandt, perhaps?
Ah, madam.
What did you do to him, Devil? You refer to the Parson, Colley.
You were amongst the crew when he was made drunk. When he was assaulted.
Made drunk, perhaps. But there was no assault, sir.
Well, wish me to call it by another word, then I shall. Buggery.
I don't recall the Parson objecting to the damned thing, sir. In fact, from where I was standing, he seemed to be somewhat enjoying himself.
You lie.
Why, Talbot? Perhaps you don't know the man as well as you may think.
Indeed, very similar to death. A fine, upstanding man of the cloth.
A truly degraded man.
Lieutenant Devil.
Mr. Colley.
Come on. Tumultuous and all that. Single unlucky indulgence was harmless enough.
Harmless? The priest harmless?
I was not referring to drink, but to vice in another form.
Come on, the parson had no vices.
You doubt a lady's word, sir.
No, of course not.
Let it be, dear Mr. Britton.
Mr. Talbot has chosen to doubt your word, ma'am, and I will have an apology.
You have it, ma'am. Unreservedly.
Well, we learnt of his vicious habits accidentally. It was two sailors with sending one of the rope ladders that made us aware. Miss Granham and I were... It was dark. We were sheltering in that confusion of ropes at the foot of the ladder. We're discussing how true liberty must lead to true equality. Anyway, the sailors were unaware of our presence, so without meaning to, we heard all.
Smoking is bad enough, but at least gentlemen go no further.
My dear Miss Granham,
It is as savage a custom as is known amongst coloured people.
Jove, ma. Can't mean that gentlemen chew tobacco.
You shall have the facts, sir, as they were spoken. Natural aptitude has made me an expert in the recollection of casual speech. One of the sailors said to the other, as they descended the ladder, Billy Rogers was laughing like a bilge pump as he came out of the captain's cabin. He went into the heads, and I sat beside him. And Billy said he's known most things in his life, but he'd never thought to get a chew off a parson.
No, I fail to see what's so amusing.
The father of the son!
Get up! There are ladies present! Disgraceful!
I think I finally understand what happened to the pitiable, clownish Mr. Colley. It was he, not Rogers, not Deverell, who committed the fellatio that the poor fool was to die of when he remembered it. And so, your lordship, in the not-too-ample volume of man's knowledge of man, let this sentence be inserted. Men can die of shame. Wheeler? Where is Wheeler?
He cannot be traced, sir. We think he may have gone overboard.
Good God. Captain mentioned informants.
They're searching the ship now. Phillips will serve you in the meantime. Shall I fetch him for you?
Perhaps you can give this to the captain. Done as he asked.
The captain will be reassured.
What a man does defiles him, not what is done by others.
Sir?
It is a phrase from Mr. Colley's journal.
The matter is closed, is it not?
Not entirely. For my part, I must write a letter to Mr. Colley's sister. I shall describe my growing friendship with her brother. I shall describe my admiration for him. Count all the days of his low fever and my grief at his death. will be lies from beginning to end.
And then?
Australia. It is the last page of your journal, my lord, and I have turned back over the pages ruefully enough. Wit, acute observation, entertainment. Why, it has become perhaps some kind of sea story. But a sea story with as yet never a tempest, no shipwreck, no sinking, no rescue, no sight nor sound of an enemy, no thundering broadsides, heroism, prizes, gallant defenses, or heroic attacks. But there is still a long way to go.
Bring her onto the wind, Mr. Gumberson.
Here. 1 point, large.
Clothes are becoming impossible to wear. I have to put them on damp.
That is rainwater, sir. The salt will be irritating the rash.
But I thought rainwater was fresh.
It may be if you live far enough from the sea.
Is that why my soap won't lather?
Did your servant Wheeler not give you the ship's issue before he left us?
Good God, is this soap? I thought it was a brick.
It's saltwater soap.
I do not detect any scent.
And I suppose you think soap's naturally scented, do you?
Is it not?
Come with me, Mr. Talbot, and bring as many of your clothes as you can carry.
At last out of the fair weather of the equatorial regions and are now pushing south. There is once more an unsteadiness in the deck, a constant canting to the right. Time hangs heavy. I amuse myself, pass the time. What else can a poor devil of a landsman do to occupy himself in a voyage from the top of the world to the bottom?
Tending to the ladies, Phillips. What happened?
The wind, sir. The sails was taken aback.
Have you any idea how much canvas has been flogged in the river? Sir! How much ammunition is now good for nothing but stuffing pendants? You were on watch, Mr. Willis. Sorry, sir. What are you doing on the deck, boy? Get up when I'm talking to you! Sir, Mr. Devil, sir! What's the boy done now? Parson! Let's stand over! You know what I believe. I'm Williams on watch! There is a standing order against leaving a midshipman on watch at sea, sir! Your absence on deck was criminal neglect, sir! You may consider yourself under open arrest! Shut you, Anderson! Not in my place! And Mr. Devil! You are forbidden!
How is she?
The foremast has sprung, so at the moment we cannot fully rig it.
What happened?
The squall must have struck on the wrong side of the sails. We were taken aback. You should get some more rest, Mr. Talbot. You were struck with a rope's end.
I'm fine, Mr. Summers. I'm only glad the sea has chosen to be calm.
There's no reason for celebration, sir. The damage has set us back considerably. We've been borne back into the doldrums.
Summers, sir!
Talbot, dear fellow, have you heard? A sail. They've sighted a sail on the horizon.
Let us hope it's one of ours.
Where's your spirit, man? They spied her royals, and they're white as a lady's kerchief. She's an enemy, depend on it.
You gave no indication of having seen us.
No, sir. With 2 topmasts down, there is some chance of us avoiding her.
I have no intention of avoiding her, sir. If we be drawn together and she is the enemy, then I shall fight. We have 6 great guns on either beam. Can we man the starboard side with seasoned men?
Hardly, sir.
Mr. Summers, ask the passengers to retire to the saloon and instruct the ladies as to the way down to the orlop deck. They must retire there immediately upon my command.
Come, Mr. Talbot.
Just keep her full and by, boys.
Mr. Pike, never fear, man. We're all in this together, and we shall give a good account of ourselves. As for little girls, be easy. They're far too young for the French.
Mr. Talbot! You have excelled yourself.
No, I only
The
meant...
French are as civilized as we. We may expect to be treated with the same, indeed more, liberty and generosity as they by us.
Mr. Bowles, you have some experience of the law, I believe.
A solicitor's clerk, sir.
Well, may we civilians not fight?
Seen on deck with a sword and pistol in hand, we are legally entitled to have our throats cut.
Yes, well, you are indeed matter of fact, sir. You might even be called cold-blooded.
There is a way out of it, sir. Passengers could volunteer, be sworn in and entered on the ship's books. And what the situation would be over naval pay in that event.
I share a glass with you, Mr. Bowles. You show us all where our duty lies.
How could you volunteer before you know what enemy it is that we face, sir? Suppose it is a ship for the United States of America.
We are at war with America, sir.
Some of us believe she deserves her independence. I understand they hate the French almost as much as they hate the British.
I will fight as well as any man here, but I will not fight for my country. I am leaving it. I will not fight for my ship, or my king, or my captain.
So, Mr. Bowles will shed any blood, providing wording of his agreement is precise. Mr. Pike will fight for his family, but nobody else. And Mr. Pretterman will aid us against the French and the Dutch, but will spare any American who should be rash enough to come his way.
How can you doubt so? What does it matter what ship is up there, hidden in the mist, if it has guns and may shoot them at us?
Come, let us consider the situation. Now, maybe the ship. Most likely she's not concerned with us. If she has seen us, why, we are a Royal Navy ship of the line. The most fearful engine of destruction in this modern century. 1,000 to 1 we will neither see nor meet that ship again.
I fear it is not so. That ship, whatever she is becalmed as we are. In a prolonged calm, ships are drawn together by the mutual attraction of heavy objects. If the wind does not get up, then we shall inevitably lie side by side.
Do not find this credible.
It is true, nevertheless. The captain feels you are better able to conduct yourselves with propriety if the plain facts are laid before you.
And what are we to do, then? The gentlemen here have engaged themselves to help in what way they can.
I expected no less, and will provide you all with suitable employment.
So much for your attempt at heartening us, Mr. Talbot.
Mr. Summers has gone a better way about it. I have no sword. Have you a sword, Bowles?
Good God, no, sir. The ship will have a supply, no doubt.
Mr. Brockbank, you are, forgive me, of a full habit. Will you descend into the orlop with the ladies?
I have an inclination to stay on deck, sir. Though I have on numerous occasions depicted the war at sea, yet I have never before had the opportunity of taking notes in battle. I have often inquired of military men precisely how a cannonball in flight is visible to the naked eye. We could not be better situated for the observation. I only hope darkness is not too far advanced before we are engaged.
On your reckoning, sir, the perfect idea of a cannonball is to be formed by the gentleman who is having his head knocked off by it.
If it comes, sir, why, it comes.
Half a point to starboard.
Bring her half a point to starboard. Roundly.
Half a point to starboard. Roundly.
The oddest thought has occurred to me. I might, in actual fact, be killed. I have only now realized it, which may seem strange to anyone who has not been in a like case. The knowledge is oppressive.
Edmund, I thought he was closed up at the guns.
I had letters to write, Deverell. Lifted your arrest.
Battle pays all debts. The others have gone down. I urge you to join them. Good luck to you.
You gentlemen and emigrants will lay your hands to such ropes as the captains of the guns may command. And when he says haul, you will haul until your guts fall out. And you will be as quiet as little mice, so that the frogs do not hear us coming. And when you have run the guns out silent, you'll pick up your guns, you'll put them back, and you'll stand waiting. If we should open fire, them gun trucks run back so fast you cannot see them move. Now, I have seen gun trucks here. And I have seen gun trucks back there. But I have never seen them halfway. They move so quick. So you do not want to be lounging behind them, or the frogs will think that you are what they call confiture. Yeah. Yeah.
Will the enemy be firing by then, or
How do I know, sir? Eh?
Well, I don't.
Eh? And what do I care? When fire is opened, things is different. They queer how different things is when a gun has been fired in anger. Then, gentlemen, you have the full permission of His Majesty the King to shout and yell and shit yourselves so long as it's fucking noisy and you haul your guts in and out when told to.
Go.
And if any volunteer should think that the far side of the ship is a bit cooler or a little bit further from the enemy, these 2 little fire irons in my belt are loaded. Now, my heroes, run out that gun.
Not that one, sir. That one. Right. Oh!
Now, Mr. Talbot, sir, where was you going? Had we been in action, I might have been forced to put a pellet in your head. You come so close to the midpoint. The gun deck is no place for a man of your height. You'd do better on deck where the frogs can get an eyeful of you, all bloody and glaring. Keep low as you go, sir. Come on, my lads, a round of applause for a gang comedy after dark.
Talbot, you're our first casualty. Give me a weapon, devil. Me takes. Sledgehammer, anything. You're bored with me? I will carve up and eat the first Frenchman I come across. Spoken like a true Briton. Can you use it? Well enough. Wait till old man Esmond and fathers will get led through. And don't forget your boots. Boots? Kick him in the balls. It's as good as anything. It'll all be over in seconds. Well, if you're alive after a minute, you'll be a hero.
Might I suggest some heartening message be passed among the men, sir?
Why? The men have already had their rum.
Trafalgar, sir.
If you think it proper, have the men reminded of the unforgettable signal. Oh, and Summers, remind the men that with the war going the way it is, this may well be their last chance for prize money.
Death or glory? Just run out of guns.
Present! Oh!
Enough there!
She missed us, sir.
It was a signal rocket, you young fool! Here she comes.
Bring her half a point to starboard.
Hard point to starboard.
His Majesty's frigate Alcyon, Captain Sir Henry Somerset, 27 days out of Plymouth. The war with the French is over. God save our gracious king!
confess it, you drowned.
Allow me, sir.
You're a ghost, really. Surely.
You're wounded, Mr. Talbot. I will bring water to your cabin.
Only think, Mr. Talbot. I have served at the guns.
My congratulations, Pike.
Mr. Askey remarked that a few days of gun drill and he would have turned us out as prime gunners. Why, he said that we would be fit enough to fight all the frogs in the world.
You are still excited, sir.
Well, I was. And I am.
Bates of brandy. Bates, please consult with my servant Wheeler about a bottle of brandy and a glass for my hutch. A glass for Mr. Pike.
Thank you, sir. No, sir. I'm accustomed to brandy. It burns my mouth. An ale, if you please.
Here, brandy. Here, Bates.
Sorry to see you struck down, Mr. Talbot. I had to laugh. It seemed so comical. Though, of course, it must have been very painful.
It still is, Mr. Pike.
Call me Dick, will you not? Though in the office, they would call me Dickie or Dickie Bird.
No. The ale is for,
When Mr. Askew said that you had come so close to the midpoint.
I remember, Mr. Pike. I wish to forget the whole lamentable episode.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Pike, we appreciate your assistance with the twins. They're very overexcited.
Of course, Mum. Pray be seated, Miss Cradley.
I expected to find Mr. Prettyman. Phillips was to cut his hair.
I will look for him for you.
Good heavens, you're wounded! Bates! Sit down.
Yes, Mum.
Just me a clean cloth and some water. Well, you do not look at all the thing.
My skull now contains a large fragment of the ship's deck.
You have a lacerated contusion. Tear it into pieces. The Alcyon will have a surgeon aboard, I believe.
I've taken garden knocks and fisticuffs, Mum. I pray you be not concerned with it.
I'll get you something to eat, sir.
The episode was made to seem a little comical. Now I see the result. I berate myself for having been amused by it.
It seems that I covered myself with blood, but not glory.
Not as far as the ladies are concerned, sir. You're quite the hero. You are tired and concussed, Mr. Talbot. The war is over, and you should rest.
I've yet to ask you, Wheeler, how you came to fall overboard.
I slipped, sir. 3 days in the water before the Alcyon picked me up.
You are a lucky dog, Wheeler. But you were pushed, surely.
Sir?
You informed on Billy Rogers, the captain, did you not? And he or the other sailors tried to do away with you.
If you say so, sir.
But you drowned. You must have.
I did, sir. And the life in me so strong.
Ghost Wheeler.
Well, your trunk is not in there. What's happening? What are you doing, Mr. B?
Yes, that's it, yes. And the skirt. It's quite...
Oh, dear.
Is it, Leela? No, it won't do. Oh, good.
Morning, Miss Granham. Like it, Mum. You are radiant.
A pretty speech from our gallant defender. How does your head, sir?
I now know what is meant by heart of oak. I appear to be roofed with the stuff. Bates, have I missed breakfast?
I've put aside a plate, sir.
Well, you ladies are going out of your way to delight us.
You do not think highly of the nature of ladies, sir. We are prepared for a whole day of festivity. We shall dine in Alcyon's wardroom. There is to be a ball on our own deck and an entertainment presented by our own seamen.
Good God. Captain Anderson agreed to a ball? Surely not.
Oh, not at first, Mr. Talbot. He said to be most upright, but then Lady Somerset managed Sir Henry, who had a word with our captain. Oh, heavenly!
Supposing there is wind, surely we cannot sail together and dance at the same time.
Oh, no, Lady Somerset feels that there will not be. Sir Henry says that he relies on her to make the weather behave. Oh, they are such a delightful and charming couple. Lady Somerset has a four-top piano, but she declares it sadly out of practice. So she dresses Miss Chamley to play. Oh, she does so delightfully. Yes.
And who is Miss Chamley?
Scrappy it'll do. Miss Chamley is an orphan and Lady Somerset's prodigy.
God, she'd be as finished a musician as that, Ma.
Oh, well, they're taking her with them to India to live with a distant relative, for she's quite without fortune, except for her skills. Oh, so much to do. Oh.
Good heavens. I feel as though I've woken into a dream. A ball in the middle of the ocean. Own to a most eccentric feeling in the circumstances. Almost a universal fright at the prospect of peace. We are set free from the simple and understandable duty of fighting for our king and country. It was also unexpected and quaint that I forgot the wringing of my head.
Mr. Talbot.
Captain Addison. And came near to being myself once again.
Sir Henry Somerset, may I present Mr. Edmund Fitzherbert Talbot, who is to serve His Majesty in the Antipodes.
Mr. Talbot, I know of your godfather, of course. How is he?
Troubled by his gout, Sir Henry, but in good spirits, the last I heard.
Good, good. Lunch, gentlemen.
Play mountains. No.
Mr. Talbot. Come forward, do. Lady Somerset, may I present Mr. Talbot?
Lady Somerset.
Such a pleasure.
Come in, Marion. I was laying odds you'd be up and about.
The lightning that struck the top of the mizzenmast ran down and melted the conductor into white, hot drops. The deckhead burst open and the electrical fluid destroyed me. It surrounded the girl who stood before me with a white line of light.
Mr. Talbot, may I present Marion Chumley?
Poor Marion. She's been positively prostrate with the mal de mer. Slightest movement, good God, up it all comes.
The Alcyon is lively then, Sir Henry.
So, Captain Anderson. Utmost dispatch is utmost dispatch after all. And your ship?
Steady as a rock, sir. Why, even when she was taken aback, she only put a rail under for less than 10
Gentlemen,
seconds.
you're making the poor child quite pale. You will say no more about it. The floor is as steady as a ballroom, and I have seen you happy enough on that.
I believe we ought to hold the ball aboard my ship, ma'am, which is even steadier than this.
Anything is steadier than this beautiful, wild thing.
I am certain, beyond a peradventure, that Captain Anderson would offer up his vessel as a refuge for the rest of your journey, Miss Chumley.
No, Mr. Talbot. We're not going to India, we're going to Sydney Cove. Besides, our ship is full of passengers, emigrants, cargo.
Miss Chumley, if you will take passage with us, I will abandon my cabin to you. I shall sleep in the orb or the bilges. I shall guarantee to pace the decks at night. Come, sir, we have an empty cabin. I will move there immediately, and Miss Chumley shall take mine.
To India you must go, Marion. And in Alcyon, too. Come straight in, Janet. Down there. You need not be scared nor say anything. He was only brought in to make up the numbers. I don't think you would mind the deck.
Entirely different from those.
I understand you were to give us a recital, Miss Chumley.
Where did you hear such a thing?
You are correct, sir.
Rumour went that he was a prodigy, which word I first discounted. Now,
Terrible mess of art.
I see that it was no more than the truth.
Prodigy, Mr. Talbot.
Prodigy, Miss Chumley.
The word was wrongly reported to you, sir. Lady Somerset is sometimes kind enough to refer to me as her protégé.
Me, Miss Chumley. Prodigy. Ever and always.
I think we should be thinking. No, sir. No, sir.
Miss Chumley.
You see, this isn't time.
I am dazed.
Kind of thing.
Bedazzled. Dazzled. Have bewitched me already. You must have done so before when we met in Cathay, Tartary, Timbuktu. Where was it?
Mr. Talbot, you've travelled?
No, Sir Henry.
But you... well, I'm sure Marion has not been...
Mr. Talbot is making up a fairy story, Uncle. I'm certain he intended for you not to listen, for it is a great nonsense.
Nonsense? Miss Chumley. Cut me to the quick.
I would never be so cruel, Mr. Talbot. And fairy tales are not nonsense to some.
The Alcyon is a flyer to have made such time out of Plymouth. You must have judged what she would carry to a hair, sir.
Well, as far as jib, she was positively snoring. You should have been with us back at Plymouth Sound, right across from Ship Creek. They took us out with a steam tug. Good God, I've never been so astonished in my life.
The smoke! The smoke from that chimney. My coat cloak was quite spoiled by it. Marion said her pillow was black.
Helen?
You did, my dear. Don't you remember the trouble we had with your scalp?
Come, Lady Somerset. Miss Chumley is not a Red Indian.
Very good.
If I may inquire, Sir Henry, what is a steam tug?
Well, Mr. Talbot is an extraordinary invention. But I swear, nothing but the native genius of our nation could have brought it forth. It is a craft with a steam boiler, the force from which makes great paddle wheels rotate on either beam.
There's too much fire for me. I cannot lighten things. If one should explode, they might set off an entire fleet like tinder.
Well, that's probably right, but they're building a larger one in Portsmouth.
This will be the ruin of real seamanship.
And they make a devil of a mess. But there's no denying they towed us out against the wind in under 2 hours, whereas it would have taken a whole day kedging.
Might not a larger vessel operate on the high seas?
It's possible, Mr. Talbot. But there's not the necessity for it. Once given sea room, a ship may do well enough for herself.
But might one not build a steam warship that would paddle out of the harbor and seek the enemy?
When you come into government, I beg you, accept any post but that of the Admiralty. Here.
But you have not answered Mr. Talbot's question, Uncle. I'm sure he would make a splendid admiral, or whatever it is.
God. If we was to have a steam tug large enough to engage an enemy, we'd need double the crew to keep them clean, let alone feed them with coal.
I'm sure the mechanical genius of the British would overcome such difficulties.
Oh, well, speak up, Captain Anderson. You have as much brain as to be found in the service, I think.
The real objection, if you will have an answer to such a preposterous question, is this. If she is to be a warship, then a paddle wheel on either beam will reduce her broadside. Secondly, during an engagement, if a single ball were to strike the flimsy members of her paddle, she will be rendered uncontrollable.
Well said. Yeah.
We are answered, Mr. Talbot. We are beaten from the field.
Oh, really? Now, isn't that one would hardly have thought it. It was huge. How true. You're most welcome, Miss Graham.
Miss Granham, I wonder if you would be kind enough to consider the possibility that you might dance.
Tonight there is to be a ball, Miss Chumley, and we must dance the night away. I will beg the allemande of you, and the quadrille, and the round, and the waltz, and the cotillion.
Whichever shall I choose?
All, if you please.
It would be improper, sir. You must know that, surely.
Then I'm an advocate of impropriety.
Peace has been declared, sir. Let us share it.
Cannot be so cruel as to let me go.
The wind will do so, Mr. Talbot.
And tonight I must take your hand for as many, and perhaps rather more, dances than are thought proper.
If I am seized by the wrist, what can I do but submit? The fault will be yours.
I will be brazen.
Wheeler! Wheeler!
Sir? Ah, Wheeler. I need you to take my... Don't take it, man. You stink of rum.
I was owed a few sippers.
I require you to take all of my gear across the lobby to the cabin Mr. Colley used.
I can't do that, sir.
What do you mean, can't?
I haven't an order.
I'm giving you an order.
Captain Anderson.
I've just been with him and he raised no objection, so you need not. Now go. Hurry! Oh!
Notte tra e fappoloni amoroso, notte giorno di torno girando, delle belle turbani un riposo, narcisetto tozzino d'amor, delle belle turbani.
What is this?
You're not dressed for the ball, Mr. Summers.
Why do you wish to change cabin?
Could not think of asking Miss Chumley to use a bunk in which the poor Mr. Colley willed himself to death. I shall sleep here, she across the lobby in my hutch. Cabin, I should say.
This is impossible. You cannot just...
I will do as I wish. Now answer me. Why are you not dressed for the ball?
I told you before. I do not dance.
Oh, come, Mr. Summers. All officers dance.
My background is not like other officers. Unlike your friend, Lieutenant Deverell, I was promoted from the lower deck.
A common sailor? Well then, Mr. Summers, I must congratulate you.
What for, Mr. Talbot?
On imitating to perfection the manners and speech of a somewhat higher station in life.
Delle belle del bagno riposo, narcisetto tozzino d'amor. God save our gracious King, Lord live our King, God save our King. Stand in victorious, happy and glorious, Rome to reign over us. God save our King. Thy choicest gifts restore, all his release to pour. Long may he reign. May he defend our laws and ever give us cause to sing with heart and voice. God save the King. Help unto His Majesty with a la 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 la. Confusion to His enemies with a la 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 la. And he that will not drink His health, we wish him neither with no health, nor yet a rope to hang his head. With a la 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 la, with a la 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 la.
The sheep's in the meadow, the kye in the corn, thou lying in thy bed, O bonny, at morn. Canny at night, O bonny at morn, thou were lying in thy bed, bonny at morn. The birds in the nest, the trout are in the burn.
She sings well, does she not?
Thou hinders thy mother.
Our singing master would have wished more tremolo, and of course more practiced presentation, but... Why, sir, you...
I apologize, Miss Chumley. I've been hit over the head and I'm not entirely myself.
You must recover slowly from such injuries, and not be exposed to the profoundly human emotions.
I am recovered, Miss Chumley. must ask you to forgive me again.
The lad would not work, and the lass would not learn.
I've yet to ask you, why did you travel to India?
Lady Somerset is persuaded that India is her natural paradise. I believe she may be disappointed.
What about you, Miss Chumley? What are your reasons?
Young persons are like ships, Mr. Talbot. They do not decide their fate, nor their destination.
May I take your hand for the next dance, Miss Chumley?
Oh, perhaps a refreshment first, Mr. Talbot.
At once.
Enjoy that.
No, no, no. Right foot, sir.
Seems unnecessarily harsh when room may be found aboard our ship to subject your protege to such suffering at the hands of the sea.
Come, come, Mr. Talbot. We know who is suffering and who will continue to.
I will not allow circumstances to thwart me.
A proper sentiment in a young man. Why, this is the stuff of poetry. And here am I, a devotee of the muses, forced to be the one all poets deride.
No, ma'am.
If you were yourself and not suffering from your injuries, you would see it as I do. Marion is in my care. She must remain on the Alcyon.
Mountain won't come to Mohammed.
Still in a straight line.
Mr. Deverell, my chair, I think.
Mr. Deverell! You were placed under open arrest and forbidden to drink, sir. Return to your quarters.
By Christ, Anderson!
Quiet, you fool. Say nothing.
Now, Miss Chumley, let us take the air.
One of the Deverells, is he not? How very unfortunate.
How happy they are. How gay. If only I knew. You would not understand, sir. We should return. It is the cotillion. And I do not wish to disappoint your Mr. Willis.
Mr. Willis? Pert scamp. One of his ears for this.
Come, sir.
A moment, Miss Chumley. Marion. We must not part. I offer you. Can I offer you? Yes. I offer you the ruin of my career and the devotion of a lifetime.
I beg you will say no more, sir.
I cannot leave you with as little mark of favor as might be accorded any gentleman in either ship.
Please, sir, say no more.
Marion, dear.
Stay 1 minute.
I cannot.
And tell me you do not regard me as little as these other gentlemen.
I do not, sir.
Good night, Mr. Talbot.
Night, Captain.
Anderson!
Turn in, Mr. Deverill. You are drunk.
I resign my commission. As a private gentleman, I issue a formal challenge. And you?
Mr. Deverill, I urge you to turn in.
You are a coward, sir! Accept my challenge or you are a coward!
Inform the blacksmith the prisoner is to be restrained in irons.
God! God! God!
I did not receive it, Mr. Talbot. Pray be witness to that. Kindly take charge of it.
I do not wish to interfere in the service matter.
Pick it up.
Mr. Talbot! Sir Henry! Sir Henry! Sir Henry! I must talk to you.
Mr. Talbot, come aboard, dear boy. It's about little Marion, is it not? Charming girl. But if you wish to correspond, dear boy, you must seek permission from Lady Somerset.
It is more than that, sir.
Good God, little minx.
She is all sweetness, but, sir, I beg you, I wish to take passage in Alcyon.
Your face, Talbot, is bleeding. Bring forward the ship's surgeon, quickly, Mr. Saunders.
Tis my head, 'tis but a trifle. I am Mohammed.
Good God, you've been drinking, that's what it is.
No, sir. I wish to take passage on Alcyon, and you must allow me.
But your career, my boy.
That means nothing.
But your godfather, your mother.
I beg you, sir.
Mr. Talbot is...
Sammy, you must take me to India with you. You must. Sammy, you must.
Stop him, man. He needs medical assistance.
I do not. I am Mohammed. Move him. Sir Henry. I am I am Mohammed! I am Mohammed!
advantage of me, sir!
Francis, you careless bugger! If I see you slip out of the strop, I'll have you at the grating! Forgive me, Mr. Talbot, sir. I am Lieutenant Benedict, with one N and an acute accent on the second E.
French!
Decently, sir.
Then you're from Alcyon?
Where else in this waste of water? You should return to your cabin, sir. This is no place for passengers. Make a run for it! Now, sir!
If to be restored to a complete understanding of one's situation is to be healed, then let us all prefer sickness.
You should keep down what you can, sir.
All that I wish for is that this motion would hurry up and finish me.
Lieutenant Benet is said to be taking measures to make our passage more tolerable. He's a valuable addition to our crew.
Then why would Sir Henry want rid of him?
I believe it was an exchange, sir.
Exchange for what?
Lieutenant Deverell. By this time, Dashing Jack will be the other side of the Cape.
With my beloved Marion. Cannot be within the competence of mere captains to decide such things!
Saying is, once the ship's out of sight of land, the captain can do anything he likes to you but get you in the family way.
Oh, this is too much.
The exchange was a benefit to both captains, sir. Lieutenant Benet would still be on the Alcyon now had he not been so sweet on the captain's lady.
Lady Somerset?
Sir Henry caught them, him on his knees and she not trying to get away very hard. So, Captain Anderson having an unhappy officer to dispose of, and Sir Henry having an officer to get rid of, the exchange was made.
Carry on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benet.
Mr. Talbot?
Are we making good progress, sir?
4.5 knots.
Surely soon we shall find those westerlies to be blown all the way to Sydney Cove.
Indeed, sir.
Mr. Benet, a moment. It had occurred to me that during your passage aboard Alcyon, perhaps you had the opportunity of forming some opinion on the character of Miss Chumley.
She has none.
I beg your pardon?
She can have none, Mr. Talbot. She's a schoolgirl.
Miss Chumley.
I have no opinion of schoolgirls. It's useless to look to them for sympathy or understanding or anything. They are blown by every wind, sir.
Miss Chumley is no longer a schoolgirl, sir.
She's pretty, I grant you. Amiable, with a trace of wit.
Trace?
Malleable.
Mr. Benet!
She's a sporty girl, though, I give you that. Why, as man to man, a little Marion not detained her uncle with some plea about the conduct of the ship, then I don't mind telling you, I should have been a devil of a sight nearer being caught in flagrante delicto than I was.
She knew about you and Lady Sum. She understood. Criminal connection.
She was accustomed to keep KV for us. You'd excuse me, Mr. Talbot, and duties to carry out.
The voyage continues. Man cannot weep forever. The ship is making what way she can over a beam sea and with much wind, but our foremast is still shot and we can spread no sail. We were too long in the doldrums, and our hull is encrusted with weed.
Miss Grandin! You should take to your cabin in these conditions.
I am perfectly able to reach the passenger saloon, Mr. Talbot.
And perhaps Mr. Pretterman should escort you.
He took a fall yesterday, a severe one, and has been unable to leave his bunk.
Good God.
I had hoped to ask for a little warm water.
Wheeler! Wheeler!
Sir?
We want some hot water at once.
There isn't any, sir.
Nonsense, you brought some to me just this morning. Now you may do the same for Miss Granham.
Miss Granham is not on my side of the lobby, sir.
Well, neither am I since I've changed over.
Yes, sir. But, sir,
Hot water, Wheeler, and quick about it. And if necessary, light the damp bar again and tell whomsoever it should concern that it was under my instruction. Please allow me to escort you to your hut. Cabin, I mean to say, for you're not a rabbit. Wheeler will bring the hot water, I promise you. I will see to that. Under my instruction. Now!
Tell me, what are the crew doing? They're rigging a drag rope. Weed on the hull, Mr. Talbot.
I was informed that such an operation could only be performed in a harbour or tidal creek.
You will notice it neither at our disposal, Mr. Talbot.
But how can you ensure that the drag rope will stick to the hull?
A careful officer will exercise his wits in finding a way around such difficulties. The drag rope may be held from several directions, not merely side to side, but fore and aft. Mr. Benet has proposed a plan which we think will work.
Mr. Fenter, your men are idling!
You have benefited from the exchange of officers.
Mr. Benet is a real seaman, sir. He's all ropes and blocks and canvas. There's no steam about Mr. Benet.
Certainly a very energetic man. As far as your opinion of his seamanship is concerned, I must take it on trust.
He will go far, in my opinion.
A veritable marine Adonis.
You have a fancy way with words, sir. I trust he will find a way into your journal.
All the way on the drag rope! Roundly now!
The devil take the sea and the navy together.
They do their best, old madam.
Well, it's not enough, that's what I say. Ah, Mr. Brocklebank, sir. I've been told you've been forced to keep to your bunk.
It is supposed that a little movement may improve me.
Talbot!
Oh, I am in a sad way. So I am informed is our ship.
Mr. Benet is endeavoring to rid the hull of weed.
Yes, but will it ease the motion?
I'm not sure. It will increase our speed.
I hear Mr. Pretterman took a heavy fall.
Yes, his legs have been smashed to pieces.
I fear, gentlemen, that we shall all be tossed about in this broad ocean until it finishes us all.
Nonsense, Brocklebank. We shall reach the Antipodes in no time at all. I have no good authority from Lieutenant Summers. What do you think, man? Would I be this happy if he was going to sink?
I have given much thought to the situation, sir. I've had ample time to consider the future. It was a question, you see. I've been able to formulate the great question. We know how ships are lost. They run on the rocks or they are sunk in action. You will have seen a dozen pictures, the battle smoke conveniently placed, and in the foreground, smashed stump of a mast with 3 small figures clinging to it. HMS whatnot ablaze. It's all been seen, all recorded.
I'm not sure, sir, quite what it is.
The question. It is this. How does a ship sink when it is not recorded? Huh? Every year, ships will disappear. They pass over a horizon and they enter a mystery, gentlemen. The weather may be fair, the water stealthy. It creeps on them, over them. They pump until they are exhausted, and the water wins. No one paints a picture of them disappearing into the sea, swallowed up by...
Bank, we will not sink. Cannot think a way of painting the event in...
You mistake me, sir. It is not a question of paint, but a question of conduct.
By Jove, Talbot has put his finger on it.
Mr. Oldmeadow understands. How does a man drown when he sees it coming? Huh? It is a question of dignity, Mr. Talbot. I must have my dignity. How must I drown? Oblige me, someone, by calling the servant Wheeler. Wheeler! Wheeler!
Beg pardon, sir. You called for me?
We are interested, you see, Wheeler. You're about the only man alive who had what must have been a deuced unpleasant experience. You'd oblige us by describing.
Brothlebank, don't stop! No, Wheeler, I don't believe the man's recovered if he ever will. No, Wheeler. Mr. Brothlebank spoke in jest.
Would be like asking some poor devil what had happened after he'd been turned off.
No matter, my man. I am a minority.
That will be all, sir.
Yes, Wheeler. That will be all.
I am at a loss to understand you, sir. We had what might well be a unique opportunity to understand life, and what is even more important, understand death.
Unlike you, Mr. Brothlebank, I intend to wait upon the event.
Wheeler, I feel it is my duty to apologize on Mr. Brothlebank's behalf. The man's clearly not been well, and I Good heavens, man. You're as wise as a ghost.
For goodness sakes, man, pull yourself together! Just have to put up with what happens like the rest of us.
flotsam. Nothing more.
How could it be flotsam, Mr. Talbot? It has sunk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in no immediate danger. The ship has lost her full speed, and that is all. Will you all please return to the lower deck?
Summers, what's happening?
We were dragging a whole coral reef halfway around the world.
I saw wood.
One through bolt has been drawn. Mr. Gibbs is plugging the hole.
Then we are not drowning?
No, Mr. Talbot. We will not. Not today.
Let me through!
Wheeler! Wheeler! Wheeler!
Poor boy. He has more sensibility than he knows.
You must lie still for a while, sir. You must lie still, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Brockleback. Believe me, I think I'm now able to rise.
Better, Mr. Talbot?
I'm fully recovered, thank you.
He's not, Mr. Summers.
Believe me, ma'am, I regret the necessity, but I require a moment alone with Mr. Talbot. Your fiancé has also been asking for you, ma'am.
Fiancé?
Have you not heard, Mr. Talbot? Why, it is the only good news to grace our ship in weeks. Mr. Bretterman has proposed marriage, and Miss Granham has accepted. It's a love story.
Is this true, Miss Granham?
It is customary for you to offer your congratulations at such news, sir.
Of course. I mean, congratulations.
I shall pass on your kind words to Mr. Bretterman.
Excuse me, sir.
I have been in a faint. But now I am ready to return, Mr. Summers.
Return, sir?
Why, to my own...
The sooner you answer my questions, Mr. Talbot, the sooner Colley's, that is your cabin, is able to be tidied.
That is landsman's talk. You should have said, made all shipshape.
You were the only witness, Mr. Talbot. Who did it?
Good God, man, you know already he did it himself.
You saw it happen?
Yes. And I wish to talk no more on the subject.
Only one more question, Mr. Talbot. Have you any knowledge of why the wretched man did it?
To the best of my knowledge, he was afraid of drowning. Men, like cables, each have their breaking strain. I cannot help but feel that there is death on my hands. Like the ghost of Colley, the spirit of Wheeler is still aboard. Perhaps it was a young man in the grip of a fever who dreamed of a meal on board a neighboring ship, and all that followed.
A young person will always remember the time when two ships were side by side in the middle of the sea, and hopes that one day they may put down their anchors in the same harbor.
Escaped the doldrums once more. Since Mr. Benet's success in removing our weed, we now travel at a much improved 5.5 knots. But we are fragile. We are held together by ropes and cables. We are, it seems, a broken ship.
They will not be satisfied, sir, until they have drowned every last one of us.
I do not think it is time for such exaggerations, sir.
I trust you are more the thing, Mr. Talbot.
I'm feeling perfectly recovered, thank you.
I took the liberty of inspecting your old cabin. What a ghastly mess your servant left behind.
Coward of a man, if ever I met one.
I do not wish to discuss the matter, gentlemen.
Now you are here, sir, you'd better be co-opted at once. The motion before the committee is this.
Committee? How are we a committee?
Mr. Bowles was elected chairman of this meeting. Do you wish it adjourned, or will you leave it?
Allow me, Mr. Brockman. Mr. Talbot may be forgiven for supposing this is no more than a social gathering. We have constituted ourselves an ad hoc committee and have come to certain conclusions. Our motion is intolerable, but we believe there may be a remedy.
Which is?
We suppose that relief might be found by an alteration of course away from the wind and towards a South American port, where the ship might be repaired and our health restored.
If such an alteration were necessary, surely our officers would have made it.
They may think of the ship, but we may go whistle for consideration. We are taking in water faster than they can pump it out.
The decision to change course is not mine or yours, but the captain's. All we plan at the moment is to make our wishes known.
I wish you the best of luck.
In fact, Mr. Talbot, I must break it to you that in absentia, you have been elected to... How shall I say? Bell the cat. There was no one more able, Mr. Talbot.
You may take poor little Phoebe with you and pull up her smock and show Captain Anderson her...
How rash! Fight, for the love of God!
No one else is so likely to have influence with the captain. Your godfather being...
Let me think!
If we go to him, then we go with great care. The position of a passenger on a man of war is... The power of the captain may well be absolute.
But we are no longer at war, sir.
And we are not about to start a mutiny.
If you are to approach the captain, it must be your last resort. I will try to persuade the first lieutenant that he should carry your wishes forward.
And if the captain refuses to listen to Mr. Summers?
Yes, I shall go myself.
What you want down here, sir?
I was hoping to find Lieutenant Summers.
Don't mind Mr. Davies. He won't trouble you, no. Not feeling quite the thing, are you, Mr. Talbot? Not so much the Lord these days.
I may not be a peer, Mr. Askew, but I am commissioned to serve His Majesty in ways you probably never heard of and would never understand. You will oblige me by paying my position the respect due to it from a warrant officer of the Navy, however senior.
Hardly lovable, is it?
Lovable.
Carry on. You're swaying about the hoity-toity. I like the way you took those blows on the head and come up again all set to be a hero. You'll be a man one day, I said to myself, if someone don't kill him first. Only you don't know nothing, do you?
Make a private conversation of this, sir, and I shall know how to answer you.
Davies, no trouble. He's not gonna bother us. Martin, give us a song.
Down to the river in the time of the day. Down to the river in the time.
He's the real bottom of the barrel, isn't he?
Down to the river in the time of the
He might have made a lieutenant if he'd been lucky. Or had to shove up the bum from an admiral. It's living and dying in ships, you see. Something we all have to get accustomed to.
I must say, gentlemen, I find your choice of meeting place somewhat clandestine.
What are you doing here, Mr. Talbot?
The passengers have formed a committee, and we wish to make our opinion known that for the sake of the women and children, the ship's course should be redirected to South America.
Impossible. Mr. Benet! I am still First Lieutenant of this ship. It is not a question of whether we will or will not stand towards South America. We cannot proceed in that direction, nor can we touch anywhere near the Cape of Good Hope. We have got ourselves too far south.
Ships go further south than this.
The ship's problem goes back to when she was built. They say of these ships that they were built by the mile and sawn off as required. Those in defects are way too common in warships. They save a copper to line someone's pocket.
Men do such things.
We feel she moves too much. We cannot use the foremast, and as a consequence, we cannot use the mizzenmast either.
All is lost, then.
By obedience to the forces of nature, we may just outwit them. It will be a long voyage, Mr. Talbot.
And we may sink.
I can trust you? Then yes, we may sink. Now, are you willing to, I will not say to lie, but to play down the seriousness of our situation as far as the passengers are concerned?
Devil take it, man. What am I to say to them? If I say to them we will not reach the coast of South America or Africa, they will rightly fear the worst.
It is a difficulty.
What the First Lieutenant means, Mr. Talbot, is that you should darken counsel a little, and rely only on assuring them that all will be well, and that we do the best in the circumstances.
Come, Mr. Talbot. We may not sink today, and we may not sink tomorrow. God willing, we may never sink at all.
Where's the committee?
The movement is too much for them. I am small and light. Do not get flung about so much. You have spoken with Mr. Summers?
The ship is in no danger. The wind, as you know, Mr. Pike, has a habit of changing. I'm sure before long we will find ourselves riding as easy as in a post-chase.
Do you mind if I call you Ed? Or Eddie?
You may address me as Edmund in this situation in which we find ourselves.
You know, Edmund, I prefer sitting here talking with you and being with my own family. This is quite dreadful, I know, but after a while I simply cannot stand it. No matter how anxious I am, how much I love them.
Anxious? What on earth for?
Well, Mrs. Pike seems to think I can do something. Which, to tell you the truth, is why I'm here. But I cannot. That hurts more than anything.
You should find her faith in you flattering, Mr. Dick.
You said our children were too young for the French. But they are not too young for our Lord. If they should slip through my hands in this devilish place, this desert.
Come, Dick, pull yourself together.
I couldn't leave them to sink. Not here.
Blubbering man! Anyone would think you was a girl, cuz it.
Mr. Talbot. Mr. Pretterman has requested to speak with you. He says it is a private matter. Is the time convenient?
Of course, ma'am. Whenever you wish.
Aloysius? It is Mr. Talbot come to see you.
It is I, Edmund Talbot, sir.
Right.
Miss Granham has stepped outside. She seemed to think you wished to talk to me, though what I have done to deserve such an unexpected honor.
Sit down, boy, sit down. You're aware that Miss Granham and I...
I am aware, as is everybody, that the lady has consented to make you the happiest of men.
Another thing was nonsense. She's agreed to marry me.
That is what I said.
Now, I mean, before we reach the promised land, if by some small miracle we ever do.
We have no clergyman.
Captain Anderson, before the ceremony. Oh!
Can I fetch you a drink?
I'm dying, Mr. Talbot.
Come now, Mr. Pretterman, a mere fracture is...
Will you abstain from this foolish habit of contradiction? If I say I am dying, I mean I am dying and I'm going to die. Mr. Talbot, I wish you to be a witness at the ceremony.
I?
You and old Meadow.
But we have no official standing in this ship. But I would be happy to give the bride away.
Mr. East will give her away.
Mr. East, the printer.
Will you listen? Or do you wish to prolong this interview indefinitely? The officers of this ship will be distributed around the world, but you and old Meadow will remain at Sydney Cove. Modest as it may be, Miss Granham will inherit my fortune, but without unimpeachable witnesses. And at a distance of 18,000 miles from our courts, corrupt as they are.
That is outrageous, sir. British justice...
If I say they're corrupt, then they're corrupt. In respect of money, you may rely on them, but in all else, they are corrupt by privilege, land tenure, and by a viciously inadequate system of representation. I do not care to ask for favors, but I find that I must. Do you believe in justice, sir?
I am an Englishman. I believe in fair play.
No!
May I not move you to a more comfortable position, sir? This mass of bedclothes around your waist
It is
hardly...
not a mass of clothes. It is a gross swelling of the upper abdomen and the upper part of the lower limbs.
Good God.
Good God! The consent begin with an imprecation. You cannot move me, sir. To move me is a torture. Come closer, Mr. Talbot. I have searched my conscience. I believe what I am about to do is right. I have a paper for you.
Oh?
It is a paper signed by me. People will contest my will. There might well be a case that the marriage was not and could not be consummated.
I do not follow what I am supposed to do, Mr. Pretterman.
I have written a plain declaration that I have had carnal knowledge of the lady during the voyage, before the marriage.
Good.
You're about to say something?
Nothing.
You will find in my possessions a green leather case. Take charge of the letter, if you please.
Guard this letter and produce it under the circumstances which you envisage.
Good. Oh, Talbot.
Sir?
Miss Granham is unaware of the existence of this paper, and I wish her to remain so as long as possible.
That is the ladies' cabin. Excuse me, my lad. Miss Granham.
Mr. Summers was kind enough to provide me with dry clothing. Your business with Mr. Prettyman is concluded?
Indeed it is. Apologies if I startled you, Mum.
Glad for time of leisure. What with your many activities, Mr. Bennet?
Work enables me to forget my sorrow, Mr. Talbot. I do not envy you, given 24 idle hours a day in which to feel the pangs of separation from Miss Chumley.
We are companions in sorrow, sir.
I have no solace but my art.
Art, Mr. Bennet?
My muse. My poetry. The parting from Lady Somerset struck verses from me as quickly as the sparks from the flint. The salutation which she cast from ship to ship had been our last. Her eye had dropped a winking tear.
Yes, I'm sure the verses will be very pretty, Mr. Bennet, once properly written down and corrected.
You find some fault?
I could detect a little enjambment, yes, but that's by the by. She was with Miss Chumley. Did Miss Chumley not speak?
She came to the rail as Alcyon moved away. She looked woebegone. I dare say she was feeling seasick. I doubt you have the sensibility to understand the completeness of separation.
I believe I have as much sensibility as the next man, sir. The instant I saw Miss Chumley, I was struck, but... No, destroyed by lightning. It was, if you are familiar with the phrase, coup de foudre.
Say that again.
Coup de foudre.
Yes, the phrase is familiar.
Before we parted, she did declare that she held me in higher regard than any gentleman on either ship. Later still, I received a billet doux.
A billet doux? For God's sake.
Was that not encouragement?
Well, how can I tell unless I know what is in it?
The words are chiseled in my heart, sir. A young person will always remember the time when two ships were side by side in the middle of the sea in hopes that one day they may put down their anchors in the same harbor.
I find no encouragement for you there, sir.
I do not believe it.
A determination that the affair should end as painlessly as possible.
No!
Be a man, Mr. Talbot. Do I whine or repent? And I have no hope whatever of seeing the beloved object again. All that consoles me is my genius.
She felt as I do!
Sir, you are required.
What for?
The wedding, sir, it's today.
faces. Oblige us by letting us through.
Man that is born of woman hath but a short time to live and is full of misery.
God, man.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God, in the face of this congregation, to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate instituted of God in the time of man's innocency, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church, which holy estate Christ adorned and beautified with his presence and first miracle that he wrought in Cana of Galilee. Therefore, if any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace.
I have the ring.
Mr. Prettyman, if you could repeat after me. With this ring, I thee wed.
With this ring I thee wed.
What God has joined together, let no man put asunder.
Bene, what brings you down here?
I came to assist Mr. Prettyman.
There's no need. I'm on my way to help the fellow right now. You may return to your duties.
All the same, I think I shall call on the gentleman. I believe he may benefit from having his position changed.
That was my idea.
Really, sir?
We're all capable of ideas, and not all of them will endanger the safety of this ship, you fool.
I am not a fool.
I'm saying that you are. What is worse, you are a French fool.
The English. When one first meets them, one dislikes them. But when one gets to know them, the dislike turns to genuine loathing.
Gentlemen, please!
Mr. Prettyman, I am here to help you. As am I, sir. Sir, I believe my idea is to take up
Anything to relieve this agony. Move me if you will.
This way. No, this way.
Gently with him.
You killed him.
I kill people without knowing it. Colley, Wheeler, now Mr. Prettyman. During the voyage, I had received a few shocks and found out a few things about myself I did not much like. But this new event was like falling falling into the darkness of a measureless pit.
Is something wrong, Mr. Talbot, sir?
No, Phillips. Why should there be?
You were calling out, sir.
Have you a spare moment? I have volunteered to stand in middle watch, which by now you must know is...
midnight until 4.
An officer of the watch has a doggy. Would you care to stand that watch with me as a midshipman?
You serious?
I know that you're a passenger, sir, but it occurred to me that...
Should you leave me in charge of the ship?
During the day, I recommend you get at least 4 hours sleep to make up for what you will lose during the night. In fact, I believe I shall make that an order.
Aye, aye, sir.
Night, Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Speaker, to those of us who have actually stood the middle in one of His Majesty's ships of the line...
It is good to have you here, Mr. Talbot.
Please, Mr. Summers, as your doggy, as I believed you called it, I'm Edmund.
Then I am Charles.
Might read by this light, don't you think? Where are we?
You mean our position? I wish I could tell you. You know our latitude, if that is any comfort. It is all Columbus ever knew.
An Italian who left Spain looking for India and found America. Charles, when am I to learn celestial navigation?
That will have to wait, I'm afraid, Edmund.
What is Mr. Gibbs doing?
The foremast has broken its shoe. You knew that, surely.
When we were taken aback.
It is why we have spread no sail on it.
And the mizzenmast?
Balance, Edmund. You cannot rig one without the other.
Forgive me, I'm still learning.
Mr. Gibbs is securing the mast as best he can. If we do not make progress soon, we may all starve out here, that is a fact.
There's nothing we can do.
Mr. Benedict believes he can reduce the movement so we may rig a sail. By scientific means, he wishes to secure the foremast using the forcing contraction of red-hot iron.
Shrinking metal on wood?
The model he showed Captain Anderson and myself worked, I will allow him that. On a larger scale, he could indeed pull the foremast back into position.
You do not sound convinced, Charles.
We are at sea. Any mistake and the mast may slip and go through the bottom of the ship.
Then he is insane to even suggest such an idea.
The captain is yet to make his decision.
How may the captain even consider such a
Mr. Benet is a most persuasive young man. He will go far. If he lives.
Carry on, Mr. Benet.
More water! Climb it now!
Keep watching this side! More water! She's on fire!
Mind your station, Mr. Gibbs!
Still, I say! Still!
Sir, I fear that...
Quiet!
She's moving, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Benet. I believe you was the originator here.
Thank you, sir.
You too, Mr. Coombe.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Summers, come with me.
Hold it.
Good God.
Do you understand what you see, Mr. Talbot?
The wood must be on fire within.
For a little while, no more.
Do you mean to burn us all before any of our other dangers finish us?
Easy, Mr. Talbot. The channels are much larger than the bolts. Air cannot enter. When the air is depleted of its oxygen, it will start to cool, and there will be no more than a layer of charcoal inside the channels. But do you see the degree of force we have at our disposal?
It is terrifying.
The mast was moved upright in a matter of seconds. We may now rig it with sail.
And our speed will increase? What was that?
Something ticking up. It does not matter. My face has veiled our mighty form. The dry, the chill, the moist, the warm.
Nothing personal, Mr. Benet. The plan itself is flawed.
You've done nothing but obstruct the man since he came aboard.
Obstruct, sir.
You can learn a lot from Mr. Benet. He is a fine officer and has a bright future, whereas you, sir...
Captain, sir, the plates are red hot. There will still be fire within which might endanger the safety of the
I'm
ship.
aware of your opinion, sir. Be aware of mine and cease this constant sniping.
Right on.
Charles? What has happened? You hurt?
He was lucky, wasn't he?
Benet?
Flat calm for the work. Now the wind again. An extra 2 knots, Anderson said. And for that, he has stuck red-hot irons into wood and left them there.
Benet is a kind of meteor. Passing flash. Meteors always fall.
You are nigh on double our speed.
That's a fool. He's below decks as we speak, composing an ode to nature.
Is he so? We'll tell him nature never gives something for nothing. Every knot he adds will double the intake of water. I am not to obstruct him. He, a brilliant young officer, and I, dull, superannuated.
Who said that? Anderson? I swear to you, he should be walked down. I will raise the entire government of the colony against him.
Hold your tongue, Edmund. It is mutiny.
It is justice.
I do not desire justice.
You are worth 100 Benets, 200 Andersons.
If only this wind would have come a couple of hours ago. I found myself fishing. No. No, the mast repaired. Our speed will increase, and I am glad of it.
You must all be glad.
Why are we such creatures that a few sentences of an angry man should matter more than the prospect of death?
First ship to return from Sydney Cove will carry not only my journals, in which you are mentioned with much admiration, but also contained a letter to my godfather declaring that you deserve to be made post on the spot.
Can you do so?
Exactly as I've said. Desperately sorry, Mom. Could I see it? For God's sakes, Mom, is he?
He's breathing.
Thank God. Thank God. But the emigrants?
Mr. East has taken the news through the ship.
What news, Mom?
Mr. Prettyman is dying.
I don't know what to say,
You never
Mom.
have, Mr. Talbot. This voyage will be famous in history, not for you, but for him. You thought it was a comedy. But it is a tragedy. A tragedy for the world we are approaching and hope to reach.
Mom.
I saw you come aboard with your privileges about you like a cloud of pinchbeck glory. Now you have trodden with your clumsy feet into a place which you do not understand and where you are not welcome. You will regard you indifferently, not as a man, but as an agent of his death. He will be above forgiving you. But I am not above it, sir. And I will never, never forgive you.
Family, Mr. Edmund. I hate families.
I think, Mr. Pike, you are not feeling yourself. You should not say things you shall come later to regret.
Bates, a beer.
I hate her. Sodder.
Please, Mr. Pike.
Sodder. Pardon my French.
Please, Mr. Pike.
I don't hate them. I don't hate them. They hate me. Because she said...
Pike.
She said...
Pike, will you shut up? Shut up, you despicable little orange toad! You arse on the bile of man! You scum at the very barrel of the birth of creation! You arse-pounding wegfest! Mr. Pike, you are a disgusting little man!
That's exactly what she said.
Ah, yes, well, you see, yes, that's what I said, Mr. Bowles.
Quite right on.
There you are, sir.
Look, is this fellow dead?
Dead drunk.
2 more beers, Bates.
Yes, sir.
Good God. Your hands.
I suppose you expect the ship to be run for your convenience, Mr. Talbot.
Oh, is that intended as an insult?
Pumping did that. And no matter how hard we worked, the water kept on rising on us.
Soon they will need us, too.
Well, why not? He took my men without so much as a buy your leave.
Mr. Summers?
Well, yes, Lieutenant fucking Summers. I said, why don't you take the passengers? Bowles, Pike, Talbot, Brocklebank, even that sodden old wreck would last a minute or two.
We're told that danger brings men together. I see little evidence of it here, gentlemen.
We are civilians, you and I. Why should we get involved?
I am no longer a civilian, sir. Lord Talbot has been promoted to midshipman. Every middle watch I attend with Mr. Summers. So in answer to your question, no, sir. I do not expect this ship to be run for my convenience.
God have mercy on us. Soldiers turned into sailors and now passengers in charge of the ship. Frankly, I ask myself whether I should give up hope, crawl away and huddle into my bunk.
Perhaps we should ask Mr. Brocklebank to join us. We gentlemen can drink a final toast to Mr. Prettyman.
The silly old fool spends half the day in the wind and the rain with the seawater washing around his knees, waiting for his morning fart to develop.
So that's what he does out there.
Well, the girls will not allow him back into his cabin until he has fired off a blank charge like a saluting gun.
Did somebody mention my name?
You are so cruel, sir.
I cannot stand it out there any longer.
Is it still not yet safe to go back to your cabin?
The fact is, I need the company of men.
Bates, more beer!
Good heavens. Surely anyone privileged enough to have the companionship of Mrs. Brocklebank.
Not to mention the lovely daughter.
Oh, Celia endeavours to cheer me. But the truth is, she already regards me with a widow's eye.
Surely not. I see Mrs. Brocklebank run the ship and she is never less than merry.
She may look merrily on you, Mr. Talbot, but not on me. I do not like widows, sir, and have taken care to avoid them in the only truly logical way. But in the privacy of our cabin, Celia has just that air of sad triumph, that almost holy smile with which a widow contemplates a job well done, an account paid in full, an account I must confide that she is not entitled to.
Do you mean to tell me that Mrs. Celia and you are not...
I hate families. Ah, my good man. Have you put the brandy in it?
Just elixir.
There she blows!
Bates, more beer! More beer!
Mr. Benet, you frog. I wish to have some plain answers.
You are drunk, sir.
That is by the by. I wish to understand more clearly your relationship
with a certain lady.
You mean Miss Chumley, I suppose?
I'm more concerned with a lady of maturer years.
So you have found me out? She is... Oh, she is... Since thou didst doff thy woman's weeds, and loose the glories of thy hair, the eye that weeps, the heart that bleeds...
So you did have a criminal connection with her, and Miss Chumley was witness to it.
What connection?
Lady Somerset.
The heart grows with understanding. Profound
Did
though
you
my...
have her, and did Miss Chumley see it?
I might resent your words, Mr. Talbot, on her behalf and my own. Your mind evidently cannot rise above the farmyard level.
Don't talk to me of farmyards.
You are passionately moved, sir, and hardly responsible for what you say. I knelt before the lady. She offered me her right hand. I turned it over, dropped a kiss in the dewy palm, and closed the slender fingers over it.
That was all?
That was all.
Then why did she take off her clothes? Since thou didst doff thy woman's weeds.
The crudeness of your mind has deceived you. Had you let me finish, the eye that weeps, the heart that bleeds, has found a refuge in thy care, Letitia, though thy hand be given to another.
Miss Crab, you were writing poetry to Mrs. Prettyman.
Can you think of a worthier aim? She is all that the ages have looked forward to.
You wish to kiss her hand? Well, I've no doubt she will oblige. Let us tap on her door. Well, if you ask nicely, she might let you kiss her inside and outside for a full wash by a sand glass.
You are nauseous, sir.
I believe I am, sir. But at least I do not drool around the oceans, dropping kisses into the palms of women old enough to be my mother.
You had best stick to schoolgirls, Mr. Talbot.
I resent the plural, sir. For me, there's only one school. Lady.
You are loveless, Mr. Talbot. It is your main defect.
I? Loveless? I am saying... Ha ha, sir! Do you hear, sir?
We will continue this conversation when you are sober. I bid you good day.
Phillips, do you hear? Sir? We are in love with our mothers! Come. Well, this is unexpected. I
bring news of Mr. Prettyman.
Is he...
Improved. Since your well-meant but clumsy action stretched his torn leg, the swelling has subsided.
Then he's not going to die.
He's not out of danger, but the pain is becoming bearable. Perhaps he will not walk again.
One request, Mum. May I visit the patient? I should be less than human if I did not wish to congratulate him on his recovery, commiserate him on his disability, and offer my profound apologies for the agony I caused him. Good girl.
No. No. You had to move, didn't you? You had to spear to wake me up.
Word was involuntary.
You said Pinder.
There, by your hand.
A quotation when I drifted off. Somewhere in the 6th Olympian. Grey hairs flourish even among young men.
That is not in the 6th Olympian, sir. It is at the end of the 4th. Here at the end.
Look. So you know.
You're all having a rough time of it, sir. I dare say I could find a few grey hairs of my own.
Oh, not that boy. Greek. You've kept it up. Why?
disliked it, I suppose.
A boy of her age who has kept up his Greek can be entirely witless. Silly, perhaps, but with some inkling of a wider view.
I'm not precisely a boy, sir.
Yeah, but not precisely a man either.
I know fear. I know friendship. And above all, I know love. I came in to say, sir, that I congratulate you on your recovery and apologize for my part in it. It is rather amusing. Or I would have thought so had I not said it myself.
Having your thigh bone rammed up into your body is no joke, I can tell you.
Swelling appears to be reduced.
Yeah. I think I shall ride again.
Can't say so.
Sit a while. Hmm? Meaning to ask you for some time, what is the purpose of your voyage?
A few months ago, I would have said it was to fit me for a position of responsibility in the government of my country. Now my ambitions are somewhat different.
Well, you started the voyage with the objectivity of ignorance, and you are finishing it with the subjectivity of knowledge, pain, and the hope of indulgence.
And you, sir, are traveling with the avowed intention of creating trouble, of troubling this Antipodean society, which was created wholly for its own betterment. A noble gesture which offers freedom and rehabilitation even to the criminal element of our own society at home.
You know our own society.
I have lived in it.
School, university, country house. Have you ever visited a city slum?
Oh, God, no.
Then you could know nothing, sir.
You're clearly seized of universal truths, Mr. Pretterman. Some of us do not find them so easy to come by.
Now, there is the matter of a certain document which I trust.
Shall I bring it to you?
Don't bring it to the cabin. Pop it in the ocean. Mrs. Pretterman must never know of its contents.
That is your wish, sir.
You must know, Talbot. The lady is like the land we are approaching.
Sir?
Unpolluted.
I rejoice to hear it, sir.
Why should you rejoice? If it were not for the misfortune of this dislocated hip, she would not now be unpolluted. What I mean to say
I understand,
is
sir. You need not explain any more. I shall carry out your wishes. Mixed feelings. Happiness, strangely enough, being the uppermost. It was a feeling which I was from that day forward to associate with him and her.
we do not pray to God. Give us all we need, and we are eternally grateful. We have no need of priests. We are all priests.
No matter what nonsense Mr. Pretterman talks, the listener cannot help but come away with a sense of well-being, of enlightenment.
Well, South America was an entirely different country from the one that Colley discovered. And how could it be otherwise, having been devastated by the Roman Catholic Church?
Feeling that the universe is great, glorious.
And they see the promised land, glimpse.
Quite unlike any people I have ever met.
The country itself will be for other men.
We talk of the crown, the principle of hereditary honors, the dangers of democracy, Christianity, the family, war.
You read well, Edmund.
Thank you, sir.
So does Mrs. Pretterman. And of course, she does not read Greek. It's too much for a woman's brain.
Indeed, there were times when it seemed to me that I threw off my upbringing, as a man might let armor drop around him, stand naked, defenseless, but free.
Imagine our caravan moving by cool night across the deserts of this new land towards El Dorado. It would be the adventure of adventures. You could come too, you know. There's nothing to stop you.
I have been at the foremast again, Edmund. The plates are still hot. There is fire down below. I'm convinced of it.
For heaven's sake, man, cheer up, Charles. We're making 7 knots to the east. We have sails on all 3 masts, and your frapping kept us together. All is well.
You're late for the watch.
I was reading for Mr. Prettyman.
I say this as a friend, Edmund. Be careful.
Careful of what?
I believe your association with Mr. Prettyman to be dangerous. Dangerous to you and your future position.
Mr. Prettyman has asked me to join him and Mrs. Prettyman in establishing his new world.
Mr. Speaker! To those of us who have so blatantly thrown away the privilege we were born into.
I discuss philosophical matters with another gentleman, that is all. There are hardly conversations we could share.
I see.
Cheer up, man. We have the dawn.
Ha! That from the man who wished to become the perfect master of the sea affair.
What do you mean?
Dawn at this hour.
Well, look, it is there. No, it is gone. It's covered by the clouds.
What did you see?
I told you, it was the dawn light.
Show me where.
There it is. No ghost.
Heaven help us all.
Why? What is the matter?
It is ice.
How far was it, Mr. Summers?
Impossible to say, sir. Mr. Talbot saw it first.
Mr. Talbot? What was the extent of the ice, sir?
I can see no end to it.
Was there no call from the forward lookout?
No, sir.
Have the man put in irons.
Aye, aye, sir.
Bring around on a broad reach to the larboard. Set every sail there is room for.
At the foremast, sir. It is not secure
Mr.
enough.
Summers.
Sir, I wish to represent that the mast will take no more strain. That goes.
Are you able to propose a better course of action? You're not still trying to discredit Mr. Benet's achievement, are you?
No, sir.
Then follow my orders. Set every sail and instruct the passengers down to the orlop deck.
Set all sail! Bring her on a broad reach to larboard!
What's happening?
There's nothing, Pike. Precaution, nothing more.
Wilma! Wilma, I'm dying!
We're all dying!
Wilma!
I've heard mention of ice.
Either we shall weather it, or we shall have nothing left.
We shall have dignity left.
That is Roman, Bar.
I prefer to think of it as British, Mr. Edmund.
What of Mr. Prettyman?
He's still asleep, I think.
He must be told.
You are awake, sir. Let us not waste time. Edmund, you will, of course, help Letty. I shall, sir. It is impossible that I should survive in the state I find myself. When the end is upon us, you must get on deck, the two of you, wrapped in as much clothing as you can, and make your way to the boats.
No. Aloysius, Edmund may do so. Must do so. He's young, and we are in no way his responsibility. I shall stay with you.
Now, Mrs. Pretterman, I shall become testy.
You will not, sir. Edmund will go, not I. But I would like him to hear this. For I believe he is in much need of an example. In the short span of our married life, I have never disobeyed you. And would not have done in the future, had there been one. Not because I am your wife, but because of who and what you are. But we have no future, I think. And I will stay with you here in this cabin. Goodbye, Edmund.
I require a firkin for my Jones, Mr. Jones. I need you to procure me a horse-tied vessel for my... Jones? Mr. Jones? Are you leaving us, sir?
Steer north, nothing to the east. Rise up! Pull out the spanker! Nothing to the east, sir.
Place for no man. For sea gods, perhaps. But great and ultimate power which surely must support the visible universe. Somewhere in the darkness, I have found myself articulating spontaneous prayers which I know as they burst from my lips are useless.
see for yourself, sir. You have escaped the ice.
Well, what was that hideous noise?
The purser was not so fortunate, sir. His boat was crushed on the boom.
Live a little longer? Seems so. Do not cry. I mean, it is unworthy of you.
Come, sir. Mrs. Preston has hardly been...
Quiet.
I need a few moments to collect myself.
Shall I go after her? You will not faint. You might cry, but you will not faint. I think, sir, that... Well, don't. I will not have you interfering in her education. Education? Do you suppose we ever contrive to lead a caravan to found the ideal city that she can afford feminine weakness?
Allow me to tell you, Mr. Prettyman, I have met no woman... No. Yes, I have met no grown woman who has so impressed me with her lack of those same female weaknesses as you are trying so hard to eradicate.
You know nothing, boy.
I revere Mrs. Prettyman, sir, and I do not mind admitting it. I value her highly.
Oh, what has that to do with anything? I am an educationist, sir, and I will not have any judgment in that matter questioned. A man who has worked on his own character as long as I have may perhaps be credited with some knowledge of that of others.
And pray, sir, what work have you done on your own character to so improve it?
Is it not obvious?
No, sir, frankly, it is not.
It is unendurable to be lectured by a stubborn boy! No! No! Go! Please. No! Go! Damn hip! Ah!
$110 fathoms, sir.
Bear away, Mr. Cumberbatch. 2 points large.
Bear away. 2 points large.
This, then, if not the end of our voyage, is the beginning of the end.
Land ho! 1 point to larboard, sir!
Subscribe to the furious rubbish of my country, right or wrong. Nevertheless, when I search my heart, among all the prejudice of my nature and upbringing, among all the new ideas, the acceptance of necessary change, the people, writers, politicians, philosophers, even wild-eyed social philosophers, the deepest note of my heartstrings sounds now, as it will to my dying day, England forever.
Mr. Talbot, the governor sends his regards, sir.
Landfall, Mrs. Prettyman. Landfall. Oh! Prettyman!
I hope you'll be happy in our little family, Mr. Talbot.
Certain I will, sir.
I believe your godfather spoke to you about Mr. Prettyman. Asked you to keep a close eye on him.
Man is now a cripple and married. I am convinced that he represents no danger to the state. The ship, sir. What will happen to her?
It hardly concerns you, Mr. Talbot. But she will not go to sea again. Most likely she'll serve as our guard ship.
And the officers?
Captain Anderson has returned to England.
I was not thinking of the captain, sir.
You interest me, Mr. Talbot. Proceed.
I was hoping to find, sir, that you would be able to use your vast experience of things naval to promote a man who is not only my friend, but a fine seaman.
I already offered the command of the ship to Lieutenant Benet.
I see.
As I expected, he declined it. He did, however, press the claims of Lieutenant Summers, as Captain Anderson had already done so.
And Charles Summers will be a captain.
He will indeed.
I'll leave you to get settled in, sir.
Still aboard?
Mr. Summers was CNC offloading, sir.
Hold on. Set her alight! Grenades repairs to the foremast! I told you there was fire down below! Run! Don't you say
Mr. Talbot?
I came to visit the patient. And to read to him, if he wishes.
We are no longer at sea, sir. It will do your position no good to be seen with Mr. Britton.
My godfather is dead. I no longer know what my position is.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Have you seen anything of Mrs. Brocklebank? Pike? Old Meadow? They seem to have vanished.
They all had lives to get on with, sir. The voyage has been a considerable part of your life, sir, but do not refine upon its nature. It was not an odyssey. It is no type, emblem, metaphor of the human condition. It is, or rather, was what it was.
What was that, Mum?
A series of events.
So must end this account of Edmund Talbot's journey to the ends of the earth. But something is missing, is it not?